Hey, hi everyone. Good morning and welcome to our live show. Happy Monday morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Hope you all are doing great. Had a nice weekend. No brainer, advisor, Saidu, Avinashi, Vijay, Mirani. Welcome all. Thanks for joining. Blaze. Good morning and welcome. Thank you for joining. Dan Maestro. Good to see you. What an awesome open, guys. We were short at the open and we took this reversal. 2 trades so far, both on spot. Vicky, Max, welcome. Good morning to you as well. So, guys, everything spot on. Market came down for our master's level. We had missed that master's level on Friday afternoon. Remember, late Friday afternoon, we were looking for that 187. Didn't happen. We closed here. Sunday night, market gaps up. Iran ceasefire. We rally exactly to the penny to our daily high. That's our daily high. That's our priced in daily move. We rally exactly into that area. First top, second top, we have masters there. Masters rejects. We come down for that 187 number here and all the way into this area. Break retest could still reject, but the short and as well as the reversal into that area we were able to capture. We are sitting as we speak still at 187 area. That's the top so far on this candle. We might be able to break above it. Depends what ES does. Because ES, Dow, they were stronger. It was mostly weakness in the semiconductor first, then in technology. Obviously gap fills, first Nasdaq and then ES was done. So a great day for our levels, especially experts level, where guys, exact highs. Not even like, missing, somebody doubting our experts level sometimes. So far in the overnight sessions, look at this. The high on ES is at our daily high. That's our daily high. That's where we rejected and went for gap fill. High on Nasdaq, I showed you, right? Exactly at our exports level was the high. High on Russell was exactly at our daily high. We rallied all the way in the overnight session. Look at this, guys, to the penny. Who trades 8 p.m. in the night in JP Morgan or Bank of America? Nobody. It's algos. Friday finish exactly opens at our daily high. Exactly daily high. Consolidates London session over there and drop to do the gap fill. Guys, come on. 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, I don't know how long you have been watching me. Which week or which day has gone where our levels don't do the justice? Nvidia is still weak. Yes, I know. That's why we're not very excited. We were looking for a bounce, but only for a small dead cat bounce into that 187 area. If it holds that area, no problem, we can go up. But this was a logical point where it could have retraced back. Above it, some of this product needs to get stronger. Apple is strong, no doubt. Apple is pumping. Remember, it's a big week for Apple earnings, Microsoft earnings, Meta earnings, Amazon earnings. FOMC this Wednesday afternoon, or like this week Wednesday afternoon, FOMC comes with the interest rate decision. It's a heavy week. GDP data also comes out. Weekly jobless. Everything in this mix in this week. Is it? Blaze, so there is a stock futures starting trading today onwards in Ninja Trader. $55 stocks and every one contract contains 100 shares. That's good to know. It's going to be awesome, guys, for our levels. Because remember, in the options there is a decay, there is expiry, but in the stock futures there is no decay. Just like Nasdaq ES, you hold. I mean, if you have appetite, if you have drawdown room, let it fluctuate. Once it starts moving in your favor, you just hold. You get a leverage of 100 shares.
Israel Channel 12, citing Trump. Trump says we are having deep talks with Iran. If they're not successful, we will return to powerful military action.
Yeah, for those who are used to seeing my PNL on the left
We have
side,
posted the article from Israel's Channel 12 on the feed for those interested.
I just moved it to the right side because I'm thinking of recording those shots again, like we used to do. Remember, we used to record the shots, where I pretended to welcome you again in the afternoon. Because in the live stream, I will shoot a shot, right, of our trade. So I would restart, like, welcome, thanks for joining, or thanks for watching, something like that, vote of thanks. And people would think, are we done? Like, are you leaving us? No, no. If I say, thank you so much for watching this video, please hit the like, subscribe, and share.
Furthermore,
I'll
from
see you in the
article,
next
Trump
video.
made it clear that the window of time for achieving a breakthrough with Tehran is short.
It is because I could be recording a short video during the live stream. Okay, I'll maybe give a hint that this is a recording for short. Yeah, so we used to record those short. You can see them, guys. Go under the short tab on the channel page, go under shorts, and especially if you're looking to see the crux of my trading, how
Trump
I trade.
explained that he had granted the request of the mediators who asked him to provide an opportunity for
Yeah,
negotiation.
just 1 minute videos, 2 minutes videos, just watch them. They are nice summary of our trade, what we look for, correlations, analysis, everything is summarized in those shorts. Yeah, that's a great point, Blaze. That's why we'll see what kind of volume they have, because volume is the key, guys. If there's no volume, a product could be nice, but you need people and market to be interested in that product. If there's no volume, there's no incentive. You could be stuck. The spreads could be wider, and the liquidity could create a big risk. Lower liquidity is a big risk.
Trump says, I decided to pause the strikes on Friday because the countries mediating between the US and Iran and other countries in the Middle East asked him to give him another chance to negotiate. So we could be chopping here, back and forth.
So we have to be careful here, especially, we got
Trump says there's nothing to gain and nothing to lose. And Trump says when explaining why he agreed to the mediator's request. And furthermore, Trump notes oil dropped and stocks rose after pausing attack.
So I'm interested in long, if especially we trade about 200 area or 180, 190 area, a new high here definitely gets me involved in the long. Below this area, I'm not very much excited. Maybe, I don't know, somewhere here or double bottom, I can think of long. But as of now, I'm not thinking of going long. Why 7% it was halted? Why SML is halted? It's just
The
down
Fed based
7%.
two-year notes total $7.6 billion.
Stocks generally have a bigger threshold.
And the
for
Fed based for 6-month bills
circuit
total
trigger.
$5.6 billion.
A 10, 15, 20% drop is normal. Stocks do drop. That much index cannot drop more than 7% at least. The circuit trigger or the circuit breakers get triggered, halts the trading. Ganesh, do you know why ASML was halted? Because I see it was down 7%. Was it down more and then it came back up? Something like that?
The S&P 500 index turns negative.
Some news on Binance Semiconductors and ASML auto halted after falling 8% to 8.7%. Obviously on that China news, right? They have some IPO or something. Yesterday in Shanghai market there was a IPO of their semiconductor. So ASML is the market leader, right? It was so far the market leader in producing those machines which are used for chip production, right? It was the only monopoly in US to supply those machines. Now looks like they have competition, and from China. Lithography equipment. Okay. On the pan-European exchange, not on US exchange. ASML halted trading on the pan-European exchange. The stock had fallen 8.3 and the company's market capitalization was 60. Okay. Yeah, I heard that news last night itself that in Shanghai index there is a IPO of a, I don't know, this state-backed company which is going to mass produce those machines or equipments which ASML is involved in producing in US.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time with the US 2-year note auction, prior high yield 4.189%, prior bid to cover 2.64. Also expecting the US 6-month bill auction, prior high yield 3.835%, prior bid to cover 2.94.
So here it is going to chop. So I am just interested in scalping here. But yeah, if it breaks that 200 zone, I am interested in a long into the VWAP area. Yeah, I don't think selling pressure is over. Selling pressure might still be on until Nvidia reaches our weekly expected move lower edge. It is getting closer. It is getting closer to our weekly expected move lower edge, Nvidia. So I think market may chop around here and use. Not sure if Nasdaq will make a new low, but we got to wait here for the longs. We'll have to be patient until that Nvidia hits the lower edge. So that is one thing so far I see. Still pending on the sell-off. Others, Google could be hitting the weekly expected move upper edge. It's getting closer there. So that's Nvidia coming into the lower edge, but Google headed into the upper edge of the expected move. That's the candidate for later afternoon. What else we got here? Amazon is flat, Meta is flat, Tesla slightly negative, Broadcom flat, SpaceX in the free fall. SpaceX falling from the from the space. Financials, banks at all-time highs. Excited for Kevin Walsh. Yeah, I don't think this market is ready for the upside. I don't think so. Be very careful, guys. Going long, very risky. Like if you are going long like me, there was a nice momentum here. Couple of green candle. I took that one strong green candle scalp. Shorting, it will be choppy. You'll have to be patient. Short with a smaller size, wider stop loss, and be patient. You'll be able to get winners.
So a reminder in 5 minutes time, expecting the US 2-year note auction, prior high yield 4.189%, prior bid to cover 2.64. Also expecting the US 6-month auction, prior high yield 3.835%, prior bid to cover 2.94.
Stop filled. Stop filled.
Yeah, overall, guys, it is still, I'm still bearish on this market. There's still some more room on the downside. I just showed you. I'm not sure yet whether Nasdaq is going to make a new low, but for sure we are coming down, trending down slowly.
One minute remaining for the 2-year when issued yield and the 6-month bill auction. Ten seconds. Two-year when issued yield 4.32%, 4.32% before the $69 billion auction.
So net bearish here, might have a small temporary bounce, but overall it's coming down for me at least. Apple, Microsoft, both nice and strong. Nvidia dumping, showed you right, Nvidia headed into its weekly low. At least I will not be long bias until that happens. Oh, it's getting there, just need to be a little bit patient. That's why I'm a bit patient here. What? Not that one, this one coming down. That's why I'm not sure whether Nasdaq will make a new low, but we have to be wait and patient until Nvidia does this. Then it will clear my mind. Are we ready to go back up?
Four spot 315%, four spot 315%, bid to cover 2 spot 66, 2 spot 66, with the US selling 69 billion. Awarding 69.04% of bids at high. Direct 34.05%, indirect 56.59%, and primary dealers take 9.36%. 6 month 3 spot 945%, 3 spot 945%, bid to cover 3 spot 12, 3 spot 12. The US awarding 36.13% of bids at high. The 2-year US Treasury yield extends decline after the $69 billion auction, last down 1.51 basis points at 4.316%.
Again, you are welcome for keeping you on the right side of things. Totally right, there is no long there.
So it's all stopped through the 2-year note auction of 0.5 basis points.
No longs for me. ES making new session lows. So what's happening with Nvidia? Is it home? Has it reached your weekly level? Not there. It's almost getting there. That's why I'm being patient. And that's one of the thing repeated, that it's fine. Nvidia can complete this last mile on its own. I'm not very excited to short Nasdaq because Nasdaq may not make a new low. You can see, right? Nasdaq may not make a new low as compared to this low. It might still print a higher low. That's why the incentive or reward is not very lucrative to short. Instead, I would rather wait for Nvidia to hit the weekly low, market to find the bottom, settle down, and I am still not committing on the longs because what if Nvidia breaks that low? That is my suspicion. So because the momentum is high, there is a catalyst in the market, especially these semiconductors, fearing Chinese, semiconductor coming, and it is backed by their government, right? State backed. So it's a major news, and the only reason markets have been flying high is because of semiconductors or the AI. Now they have a competition. It's at least the day one. It's a major news. Until the cake is hot, we got to be patient. It's a hot cake right now in the market. Bridget, good morning and welcome. Pawan, you are tracking 840. Yeah, 831 rejected already. I would not be interested in long, guys. You messed up 2 funded account, robbed the scalper. I clearly there was a message, rob the scalper. You are not going long. There was a clear communication I gave to the members. I can show you our trades if you want. So these are shorts. We are short in this area. This is where we hit that 187 masters level. So we were short into the gap fill once it happened. What long? One here, and here. 3 longs, and patiently waited for it to go all the way back up. So got this reversal, and we were short into all these lows. We didn't get the last leg, but it's fine because at that point semiconductor already had filled the gap. In the next leg down, we had technology fill the gap. So I thought it's okay. We achieved one major short. We let that short go. And here we were patient with the 3 small micros long, and we exited those 3 longs on this pop. You can see, right? Got this 3 micro long. I don't think we even had a huge drawdown because this and this, our average price was right over here, and we rallied and took this all the way till here. And here you saw, right? Couple of scalp, 1 long, 2 short, and this was all short trades at the open. You can see it, short cover, short cover, short cover. Yeah, but no way we were going long on that market until the gap fill was done. Clearly a short trade, and then also a good reversal. And here there is a slight confusion, as I mentioned, right? What if Nvidia breaks that low? But overall Nasdaq may not make a new low. But I hope the afternoon session goes better for you. Rob the scalper. Mirani, if NQ breaks the low, then we get Monday's expected move. Yeah, Mirani, that's what I'm also fearing. That what if Nvidia, breaks that lower edge and doesn't stop there, right? And semiconductors, right? They are the talk of the town today. They are the one which are selling off, right? Because of that Chinese news or their company threatening to compete with ASML now on that lithography machine, because ASML was the market monopoly so far. Only company which was producing those machines which are helped for chip designing and whatnot. They create the machine for creating chips, so they were the only one. Now they have competition, semiconductors selling off, and they have a lot of room to go on the downside. So yeah, I mean, that's one of the reason
Nvidia
why
shares extend dropped to as much as 5%.
I'm not like very excited to go long here. Good call there, Mirani. Sultan ASML from Netherlands, not from USA. Yeah, but it's not a US company, ASML. I know Nova Nordisk was also, like, I think, a couple of Netherlands companies, right? Nova Nordisk is also from Netherlands. Yeah, it is also based in Denmark, and so is ASML, I see. But yeah, obviously it trades on the US stock market. It was a monopoly, and it is having that sympathy sell-off for other semiconductors also. So yeah, I mean, if China is going to create those machines which ASML was producing, China will do it much better, much cheaper. And if they don't give access to AMDs and Intels and Microns to those machineries at a lower cost, obviously their bottom line gets impacted, right? They buy machineries at a higher cost, whereas won't be able to compete with those China machineries which their competitors could be having allowed access to, which US may not get access to.
The Philadelphia Semiconductor Index down 4.7%. So seeing US listed chip stocks fall, Nvidia down 4.9%, Intel down 3.5%.
What else? Nimesh, hourly candle right at our midpoint. Okay. Ganesh, news was that Chinese company started output of EUV. Okay. So longs are risky, very risky here. So stock markets are like speculations, right? People, I don't know, guys. It's a big gambling, casino. You cannot come, at least intraday with with less preparations. Like it is, you are going as a Formula One racer, right? You know how many milliseconds, you could, you'll need to make decisions, else you'll lose race by 1 second, 2 second, or 3 seconds. Same thing, guys. It's super fast pricing, repricing, and especially with the algorithms, machines. You got to be on top of the game. You cannot, especially now the stock market with AI and semiconductors becoming the major driver of the moves. They are inherently a very violent sector, guys. Semiconductors, not just because of the AI, now they have become very violent or very volatile. Semiconductors, check their history, they have been very volatile sector in general, right, from the past also. But because they have grown so big in the size, now they are like really having a bigger impact. Previously they could be doing up and down movement, and Nasdaq would not even notice it. But now if they are doing those big shakeout moves up and down, it is impacting indexes because of their overall market cap has grown. That is the problem for the market. So it was a trap. It was a trap in semiconductors today. They pretended to be very strong, whatever, like they don't care about that China's debut of all that company and whatnot. They were rallying, they were looking strong, and all of a sudden they are sell off. And now, I don't know, guys. This looks like this candidate to me. Especially, I don't know if can happen in a session or two. If not today, by tomorrow morning, we could be seeing ourselves on the semiconductors at the lower age.
Pakistan's Interior Minister visited Doha on an unannounced trip and met with Qatari counterpart to discuss security matters.
So yeah, semiconductors fooled the investors today. They trapped the longs and now they are selling. I'm not going to be long here on this market. No longs, please. Cube Gift, good morning and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. How do you see ES going today? At this point, ES looks more weaker than Nasdaq. It is the one which printed a new session low before Nasdaq just now. So yes, downward pressure because of the energy, right? Because every week, remember, energy has been going up, and up. So unfortunately, if semiconductor technologies are down, and now finally you can see, right, energy has been on the rampage because of this restart of the Iran war. Energy and the oil has been rallying. Now today is the day one of it declining. Unfortunately, ES is also going to take a hit. Like here, right? Rally, back off, rally, back off, rally, back off. Huge rally. At least it is going to back off. So the only sector which was, keeping ES afloat was energy and healthcare. Even healthcare, it looks strong still. Financials are at all-time high. But generally, these kind of things marks the top, right? You have all-time high. I think today it is going to be weaker. Financial may look to fill the gap here. So I don't think ES will have any kind of a huge divergence. In fact, ES could temporarily get more weaker than Nasdaq as financials try to go fill the gap. Energy is already selling, and semiconductor and technology also have a say in ES. So they are already weak. So yeah, unfortunately, you might see, look here. This is the state of the market right now. Semiconductors obviously down. Some of the greens here. There's some red here. So it is mixed. It's holding up, and it's mostly because of Microsoft and Apple today. Google is also up. Nasdaq heavily getting hit because of semiconductors. Yeah, but I don't think there will be any huge reversal, guys. Any V-shaped recoveries, I don't think so. Unfortunately, no. Keep crawling more towards the downside. ES continues to make a new low. That is what I see happening right now. Banks are doing okay. Yeah, until Fed comes, right? Wednesday afternoon. Remember, guys, so there is a big mismatch there also on the macroeconomic front. Fed watch tool, I don't know if you have access to it or you check on it, but I think last I checked it had 38% probability of a rate hike. So here's that Fed watch. Yeah, 35% probability of rate hike. Forget maintaining the rate same. Raising 25 basis point this Wednesday is 35% probability. It has gone down. Last I checked, I said, right, it was 38%. Now it has gone down to 35% because of the Iran war de-escalation, right? They again announced a ceasefire for 10 days at least. So from 38%, it dropped to 35%. I think it's very time, guys. Where is this guy? Rob the Scalper. Do you see this as a coincidence that Fed meeting starts on Tuesday, right? So Fed meeting starts tomorrow, and the war was temporarily paused over the weekend. And this probability was up here on 2 days ago. It was up 40%. Now it has dropped 5% of the rate hike. So war stopped over the weekend. Fed meets starting tomorrow, Tuesday. Wednesday they announce the interest rate, and again the probability going down of rate hike because war is stopped, oil is coming down. Guys, you can see that everybody is trading here in the market. Administration, rate, interest rate, betters. So yeah, obviously yields are declining. You can see, right, 10-year yields, they are backing off from here 4.7% mark, right? From 4.7 they are down to 4.65. Within 1 or 2 days it's a drop of 1.5% drop in the yields on 10-year. So you can see, right, everyone is timing it. They are stopping the war just 2 days before the Fed meets to reduce the probabilities of rate hike. At least keep the rate same, don't hike, because if they hike then the markets are going to crash. It's lot intertwined. So because just now you brought up that thing, right, Rob the Scalper, that you'll have to be aware of this, that news, market moves so much on the war, tariff, China news. Yeah, you have to educate and you have to be up to speed with everything in the markets. Yeah, so join us, guys. I explained everything. I have 4 years of experience. My levels work awesome. Today's short also I showed you, right? Exactly from our levels. That was our masters, guys. From masters level we dropped. The rally today in the market was because we rallied into our daily high. That's where exactly market sold off. Both on Nasdaq, yes, we hit the daily high. Even on Russell, the high so far was our daily high. That's what market price into do. They gapped up into the daily high and they sold off. Look at this, every single rejection, every single bounces. This is Dow, by the way. Look at that, 187 rejection here on 187 so far. Top of the hour. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for now. Thanks, Pawan, for the reminder. Long or short? No way, guys, I'm going long in this market. There's no long for me as of now. If it, no, it's good thing it's popping so that it's creating room so that it can drop again. Yeah, this pop could be more to do with the top of hour. There could be a follow through for top of the hour. We could rally more. So I'll have to be patient if I want to short this. Could it be like you were the other thing is I was talking about the lower high, right? Nasdaq may not break the low. At least for today, it might maintain this low. Let's see how this top of the hour comes. I am flexible, but yeah, looking at everything, if I keep scanning entire market, it's overall still coming down. Could it temporarily go to the VWAP? Absolutely, it can go temporarily to the VWAP. So that's why I'm being patient here, not doing any action. And short is only if we see a rejection. If there's no rejection, there's no short. There's nothing. Brian Thomas, I think it's a good afternoon for me to nap. I mean, there were two great trades, one short and the small reversal. We got both, and after that, I have taken few scalps. That's why I'm also being patient here. Okay, I'm interested in a short, one more short, but I need a rejection here. But that short, I doubt I will size up. I am not going to size up on that short. It will still be a small size. Only reason is I have a suspicion Nasdaq may not make a new low. If I was confident Nasdaq is going to make a new low, I would have sized up on that short. We were watching some of the stocks. Indie semiconductors especially looked pukey. So we were confident that semiconductor is coming for the gap fill, and semiconductor did not go for the gap fill. Nvidia went for the gap fill. They did not stop, they went for the gap fill and they did not stop, which means there was more downside for Nasdaq, technology, everything to come down. Once Nasdaq came down, it did not stop, which means it is coming down for ES now. So yeah, everything gradually played out. And we had achieved, right? We had achieved the upside. Daily high was hit on Nasdaq, daily high was hit on ES, daily high was hit on Russell. Only thing we were a little bit skeptical was Dow was looking super strong. So one bullish theory we had was Dow could make a run for its weekly expected move upper edge. That did not happen. And it kind of held until sell-off already started in Nasdaq and ES. But then it joined Nasdaq and ES on the sell-off. Then there was no doubt left. There was no bullish bone left in this market anywhere. Microsoft, Apple on a lower implied volatility, they don't have a big impact. If they are moving with a high implied volatility, like if they are selling off, then yes, single-handedly Microsoft and Apple can move the market. But when they are up, generally the IV is down. When the IV is low, they have lesser impact. More dangerous are Nvidia, Tesla, or these new semiconductor names which are having high implied volatilities. High IV means they have big range, big bets, Right now, if you see Micron down 5%, AMD down 7.4%, ASML down 7.4%, Intel down 3.3%, AMAT down 6.3%. So this sector moves big. It's very volatile. So they are like kind of balancing, or they are overpowering Microsoft and Apple on a green days. So you got to fear Apple, Microsoft, especially on their red days now. On a green days, their volatility drops. And even the smaller companies, like all the semiconductor names, on their red days, on their volatile days, they could be moving with the more volume. So I'm not joking, guys. I don't know if you understand all these things. I cannot show you the volume here. I need to expand this. Look at the volume here. On Micron, 23 million contracts traded, and this is just the shares. So we are not even looking into their options. 23 million contract traded. Maybe compare that with Meta, 4 million. So you can see, right, Meta could be 1 trillion market cap, or 1.4, 1.3, whatever, 1.5. But this Micron is more dangerous because the volume is, you can see, right, 5 times more than Meta here. Look at AMD volume, 15 million contract. Look at Intel, 70 million. Entire world is trading Intel, guys. Compare that with the Meta, 4 million, Broadcom 6 million. Broadcom is not very favorite now. Intel is everyone's favorite. You can see, right, the shift is happening from tech into semiconductors. Already this market, US market, is very heavily concentrated and impacted by movements in semiconductors now. That's why I'm saying, right, you need to adapt in this market. This market is changing so fast. Still waiting for the rejection. You don't want a rejection? Yeah, I mean, the volume is dying. It's a lunch hour. I already told you, right? I'm not interested. I'm not very excited for a new low in the Nasdaq. But it doesn't mean it cannot chop. Yeah, shorting is a difficult trade here because you are going against this supremely strong green candles which came. But we had a plan for this one. We knew it can pop up. It has popped up. And my analysis also matters. But for now, I am just interested in a scalp. I still don't think we'll make a new low. So if it helps long, I'm not rooting that this market should make a new low. Okay. So trade accordingly now. You know exactly my positioning. I think long is still the right way. Overall, if you have wider stop loss, you're trailing, you're taking profit on this pump. You have a runner, you might still be able to get VWAP also. For me, this is just a scalp as of now. This is a difficult short trade because the trend is super strong. You have to be very sharp in this kind of a short, else this could simply squeeze you into the VWAP area. So let it go, because we waited for this rejection. This rejection got bought back up. We can re-enter this. We can always re-enter that short. Only right, you need to have very good skills and knowledge of the price action to get this kind of a shot, because you went against a super trend. Again, you are welcome. Where's the party tonight? On a new low? Yeah, unfortunately, that's where the party could be tonight. What a shot, guys. Look at that. Sammy, hello RDGD, how are you doing? I have a question for the Apex Legacy account. Do I have to pay the activation fees in 7 days, like 7 days intraday activation fees? No, you can pass in 1 day, if that is your question. If you pass in 1 day, you can pay the activation fees tonight. Okay, if you pass, then you have to pay in 7 days. You have entire month. You can keep the account in a pass state for 1 month. It will be there. You can pay the activation fee up to 1 month before it renews, because there is no renewal now. At the end of 1 month, the account will be gone. They don't have renewals anymore. New day forever. Thanks for becoming a new paradigm member. Guys, best time to become member, because this thing, our strategy levels and my experience has matured. It took us like 3-4 years to get here. Every single things we have done in the market, whether it was weekly, experts, masters, or new paradigm, everything was a hit. Nothing for which I had to say sorry and take it back. Like, sorry, I created this level, but it is not working really well, I take it back. No. Whatever we had done in last 3 years, everything was a hit. And everything now, with the experience of using it, has matured, and it is reflecting. It is reflecting in the trades. And doing it live is very difficult, guys. I'm telling you, look at this market. It moves so rapidly. You need to have very strong acumen and very strong hold over the price action to be able to trade like this. Explaining things, doing it live, showing your entries, exit, not easy, guys. It's very difficult, I can tell you. Try recording yourself, taking a trade. Just before you take trade, record on your mobile saying that I am going long because this market is going up. In my opinion, this is the reason. And wait 5 minutes. In that same recording, you will feel the hit. Like whatever you thought, it's not happening anymore. That's the nature, guys. That's the nature. So yes, if you are like 10, 5, 15 minutes ahead of what is going to happen, and you're constantly able to read that thing ahead of the time, then yes, like here, it was going up, right? Like 10 minutes before I'm telling you, it is not, this market is coming down. So you should be able to front run all those things which could happen, visualize it, position yourself, still trade the right size, still manage the position well. Then you'll have a winner. Maybe. That also doesn't guarantee. Having a good analysis or good prediction does not necessarily translates into a good trade and the profitable outcome of that trade. It requires different set of skill. The management of the trade, trailing, taking profits, adding, removing. You got everything here in one package. Stop selling. But I'm trading. While trading, I can advertise myself. What's the problem? I'm sick. I don't want to become your member. Okay, man. Done. Can I just share the link? I'll just share the link, okay, in the chat. Exclamation join gives you the link to become member.
Stop filled.
It's good to be a gangster. Richard. It's good, guys. I, to be honest, pray, and I'm very thankful to God. You should not be profitable in the first few months in the market, which means then you will have a loss which you were not even aware of, which could happen in the market to your trades, to your accounts. It is okay, and it is very good thing to lose initially with the small money, which matters to you. I know $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 initially matters a lot when you're coming into the market. But then you realize this is a world of crime. This is a world of gambling. What did you think? Like, you'll bring your $2,000, $1,000 in a small account, but you are a good person. You are a good human being. You did well in their previous profession you were in. You are a good father. You are a good husband. You are a good student of any skills you try to learn. But market requires more than that. Being good is not enough. Being good learner is also not enough. It requires you to become little bit like extraordinary, and that requires learning, practicing, losing especially. And that's why I say, right, you should not win. Nobody should win initially in first few months, even first few years. They should be just winning enough to keep them excited. Yes, I have got the skills. I am showing those profits here and there anecdotally, but I need to start winning consistently. You need to get that hunger, you need to get that drive, you need to learn, and you need to be confident of what you're doing in the market. And then, yes, if someone who manages to go past all those hurdles, has proven themselves, has proven their strategy in the market, has mastered the art of executions, has mastered the art of managing the emotions, only those people, deserving traders, should win in their year 2, 3, 4, 5, based on how much time they spend. Somebody could be spending day and night, right? Like me, I sit here on the live stream for 8 hours, 4 hours I work in the evening to calculate my level. At least 12 to 15 hours a day. Has been doing it for 3 years now. It's not just calculating the level. First, I didn't even knew what levels I am going to calculate, right? What and how I am going to calculate my levels. I still need to invent them, right? So 12 hours just to do the labor work here, but additional 3-4 hours to think, right, how it will work, what failed, what worked today, how to fine tune this one. So it has taken me, I proudly tell my daughter, she is like 11 years, going to turn 12 year. I tell her, if you hear someone like saying, generally in India in India people say our prime minister works for 15 hours, but I definitely tell her, you have seen me while you are 9-year, 10-year and 11-year-old work 16 to 15 hours every day. I sit here on a chair for 15 to 16 hours. I have documented my journey right here, that I have gone to this level of depth in the market, from weekly on the Nasdaq, ES, Dow, Russell, Gold, into their weekly level of the stocks of Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Google, Amazon, Tesla, Meta, Broadcom, and now SpaceX also added to the list. Then to the weekly level of our sectors, financial, energy, healthcare. Someone asked me about ES. What do you think of ES? Look at financial, might look to go for the gap fill. Energy is already selling. Healthcare is now starting to back off. Yeah, ES is in trouble, and as we speak, ES along with the Nasdaq could still make a new low. Daily experts level today, overnight session, Nasdaq, ES, Russell all rallied. They went into their experts level daily high, and that was the top. That's it. They reversed from there to do the gap fill. Masters level luckily coincided with the daily high on Nasdaq and ES, initiated the sell off. In between pause point where we will break the trade was determined by our new paradigm level. New paradigm level I calculate for Nasdaq, ES, Dow, Russell. Masters I give 4 levels. New paradigm I give 5 levels. So totally you have 9 level. Like your projections on the experts level, your projections on the weekly level, 4 masters level, and I put 5 new paradigm level. Total 9 level. And guess what? This level all changes tomorrow. Based on today's order flow, they will get all adjusted. Based on tomorrow's order flow, it will get adjusted. While experts level are moving around from 5 to 4 to 3 to 2 to 1 based on Monday's expiration, Tuesday's expiration, Wednesday's expiration, Thursday's expiration, Friday's expiration. This is invented. Nobody does that in the market. I invented all these things. That's why I'm saying, right? 15 to 16 hours for 3 years. Then yes, I'm ready to share. I'm charging you few bucks for it. But yeah, if you go to that level of madness, if you're passionate, if you're committed, you're not ready to give up, yes, you will win. And only those people should win in the market. I hope you're hitting the gym. No, I pay money. Every bi-week they deduct the money. Once in a week I go and just access the sauna or spa and come back, because all that I can do after this 16 hours of work is, just take the steam, just relax in spa for 20 minutes and come back home. That's it. I pay for gym for only using it one day in a week. It's okay. Hope I get to, I will get back my life soon. Remember, I am a marathoner and a triathlon. I used to do marathon, triathlon. I didn't even knew swimming, guys. I learned swimming at 36 years of age. And then I started doing triathlons, swimming in the open water. So yeah, I have given up my health. I have given up everything to learn market. So there is some news. What's going on?
Here saying there is a chance we can make a deal with Iran, seeing a bit of strength in the S&P 500 and some weakness in oil. So Trump saying we're meeting with Iran, good things could happen. Iran requested a meeting through surrogates. Further weakness in WTI crude here is again, Trump says that Iran has requested a meeting through surrogates and there's a chance we can make a deal with Iran.
So yeah, guys, news, manipulations, go long. That's the only thing which could save the market.
These comments from Trump are coming from. Seems he's speaking to reporters here. He's asked about patience with Iran. Says we've got plenty of time.
And then Iran will come and deny. There's no talk.
So Trump currently speaking in an Air Force One gaggle. So again, he's aboard Air Force One speaking to reporters at the moment. Says we're having good talks with Iran. That's Trump saying we're having good talks. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it went straight into our masters, guys. 187 was the number.
Something could happen with Iran in the talks.
So, and yes, again, in alignment with our analysis, Nasdaq did not make a new low. So we got that pullback we wanted.
S&P 500
did not make a new low.
Positive on Trump comments on Iran.
Does it mean we are fully ready to reverse back up, go all the way into session highs?
Trump says, I haven't talked
There is
to
room,
Saudi
there is room for
Arabia
Nasdaq
about
to
the
turn
Accords.
positive. Nasdaq is still down 117 points. Nasdaq can turn positive. But yeah, I cannot buy this news from Trump. Sorry.
The Air Force One gaggles on the feed for those interested.
There is room, no doubt. Market can rally another 120 points to fill the gap, and Nasdaq can again turn positive green.
Trump says, I'd like to have more ammunition, to be honest.
Rob the scalper, that's one of the reasons why we have news. Early in our trading journey, we discovered half of the thing gets changed on a dime like that as soon as there is some breaking news. So we got the news, we got the levels, we got the preparation, we got the anticipation. That's why I'm saying, right? You need to be like being good, being nice, being very skillful. I did well as a any football, basketball, cricket player. I do really well in any physical activities. I do really well
Trump
in the
says
mental
a lot of Patriot
games.
missiles are being built.
I do really well in the poker games. Yeah, you need to bring everything together. Being good in this department, that department, but you need to be good together, everything on one day. That is what market demands. Obviously there is strength. I'm not going to short this right now, and there is a room for the upside. 95 points still to go on Nasdaq to fill the gap. Will I buy, pull back? Yeah, we can give it a shot. Yeah, I could go long. 140, 130 area if it pulls back. we can, and holds, it needs to hold that 140 130 area, we can take a long for the gap fill of Nasdaq.
Wall Street Journal reports that Ford Motor joins the race to build the next US Army truck. Trump says I have a little difference on Iran with Israel's PM Netanyahu. Keep in mind they are scheduled to be meeting tomorrow. That's Trump and Netanyahu. Trump says, I'm going to ask Putin if he's sending Iran satellite images. So that's Trump saying, I'll ask Putin about the speculation of Russia aiding Iran. Trump does say, though, that I don't think Russia has been sending Iran images. Trump adds that if Russia has given Iran images of us, it hasn't worked. Trump says money from Venezuela can go to the military. Trump says I'll use Iran's money to pay for the damage they did.
Aggressive longs. It didn't 140. Yeah, it did pull back to 144, and it held. That's a good sign.
Nvidia to invest $5 billion in Ilya Sutskever's AI startup. Trump on the Fed says read a very good inflation report the other day and says costs are going down rapidly. Trump says as soon as the war is over, you'll see a big drop in prices. Trump, when asked about Fed and the rates, says Walsh is great, but he has a board. Says Walsh has to deal with the board, and rates should be lowered. Trump says Walsh will do the right thing. I know what he wants. Walsh wants to do the right thing.
Okay, there we are, back to 140 130 area. Patience, pace, you can see, right? Even if you think it is doing this, you still need to be wait and be patient. Now is the time where it see if it holds, else Unfortunately, we could still come down. If this holds, are we going long? Yes. If this area holds, yes, I'm interested in the long. $198 short, Pawan. You already got that short.
Trump
Well done.
says Israel would not survive without us. We've posted the FT article about Nvidia's $5 billion investment in the AI startup on the feed for those interested. Trump on Israel's PM Netanyahu and Turkey's F-35s says Turkey's been a great ally.
Starting to lose worth 30. I'll take a stop and re-enter if we get back inside that zone. This area must hold, else this is still coming down. Nice bid. Let's see if we can regain that area.
AP News reports that mediators see progress in efforts to halt the Iran war as drone attacks rattle the region. So again, this is AP News citing mediators.
Kept my word. Pull back into 140, 130. Area holds. Had a stop loss ready to go in case we broke that area. We held that area, added more.
So
Big
US
winner.
oil prices extending their drop here.
All I ask is hit that like button. Please hit that like button, guys. Come on, it takes a lot of hard work, a lot of good analysis, and a lot of
We have
good
posted
trade
that article
management.
by AP News on the feed
Strong
for those
hands
interested. Trump
to
on
get a-
China's theft of AI IPs says we're now leading China in AI. And on China and AI says they're looking at us and we look at them.
Still interested in the long.
And Trump has now ended his remarks to reporters aboard Air Force One.
So only one reason why we can still come down right now is Nvidia, right? Still hovering near its weekly expected move lower edge, can create one more flush down to go hit its weekly expected move lower edge. So it is going to chop around here.
Stub filled.
Still a long, but Nvidia, if it can complete that weekly expected move lower edge tag, it will, like, it will be like very clean mind kind of a long. It's still, we have a doubt. At some point we could again pull back sharply so that Nvidia can complete its, and it's going to happen, guys. If they go back up from here without tagging that, then we are coming back down, unfortunately, again with the FOMC, with earnings. We are coming down from wherever we rally up to. We are coming down for that level. That's why I prefer, like, here, Nasdaq not making a new low, but flushing here somewhere here, and Nvidia completing its journey towards the downside. Else it's a big problem, and I think they might leave it like that for now. Keep guessing. Come back after FOMC, come back after Apple earning, come back after Meta earnings, Amazon earnings, Microsoft earnings this week, GDP data, weekly jobless claim, is everything this week. Okay, let me go bring my food. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you. So I'm back, guys, with my food. I'll be on mute next few minutes while I finish my lunch.
The Fed bids for 5-year notes totaling $7.7 billion.
I mean, overall, I think the low is in. I think I called it out long
And the Fed
ago.
bids for 3-month bills total $6.5 billion.
I called it out right over here, right? That Nasdaq. I don't see Nasdaq making a new low right over here. Unless there is another breaking news or something. I don't think Nasdaq is going to make a new low. Low is in for the day. We still have one more flush. Maybe take out this low. It can take out this low for Nvidia to do its thing, right? Nvidia needs to do its thing. So that's why it is going to be doubtful longs each time, unfortunately. And that's how markets are, guys. You know, if everything is so crystal clear and so easy, everyone becomes rich. It is by design like that. It is supposed to create a little bit of doubt, confusion, two-way thinking in your mind. Because there has to be buyer, there has to be seller, there has to be two sides of the coins. And who can continuously sense, read, understand those two aspects each time they take a trade, only those traders will win. Always remember that. Being a very long bias trader is good. Short bias traders we get a lot here in the chat is also good. But unless you are also able to think like a long, your short will not be like very huge success. Same thing goes for the long trader. If you are not able to see, assess, think like short, yeah, it will not be like, you know, you will win, but it will be a trouble taking drawdowns, taking averaging down, taking like a lot of pain before small win. So yeah, to be able to time perfectly, you have to develop that patience, that skills, and that is only possible when you are constantly seeing the market from both the lenses. On that note, I'll keep quiet for next 5 minutes while I finish my lunch. Thank you.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $70 billion in 5-year notes. The prior high yield is 4.2%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.35. The US is also due to sell $92 billion in 3-month bills, with a prior high yield of 3.73 and a prior bid to cover of 3. So Treasuries edged higher ahead of the $70 billion 5-year note sale today, which is the second of today's 2 coupon auctions, following the $69 billion 2-year note sale, which drew strong demand. The auctions are the 2 biggest of the US government's 7 conventional fixed-rate debt sales each month, and they are occurring earlier in the week due to Wednesday's Fed rate decision. So in just less than 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $70 billion in 5-year notes. The prior high yield was 4.2% and the prior bid to cover was 2.35. The US is also due to sell $92 billion in 3-month bills with a prior high yield of 3.73% and a prior bid to cover of 3.0.
So nice selling in the Nasdaq. Again, you're welcome. I clearly told you I see Nasdaq breaking this low. We can break this low, it's more to do with that Nvidia thing as it continues to come down for a new low. So we are still up against those two lows. So are we going to break this low and this low also? So again, guys, like at any given point of time, you have little bit of knowledge, right? This could happen, that could happen. I don't have a crystal ball to tell each and everything, right, which is going to happen. Now it depends on the behavior, right? What and how long and shorts behave here in this zone, right? So that will be a new information for me. So we'll see what now they are going to do here. They have taken out this low. That is what I could see here happening. That low has been taken out. So again, it depends on the behavior, right? If like longs get too greedy, then yes, of course, we can keep crushing them. We can eat through their stop losses and we can run down this low and even a new low. So always remember, right? Clarity, information comes step by step manner in the market. Market doesn't trust Trump anymore. I already told it. I'm not going to buy that news. Now here for me, the technicality or one win, this low is taken out. As of now, still no reason to doubt whether this low will be taken out. We'll see what is the behavior here. If shorts get too greedy here, then yeah, they can get squeezed. If longs panic and we run through their stop losses, then yes, this low is going to be taken out. We'll see. ES more vulnerable than Nasdaq. Trump is coming back at 210, 250. Okay. Top of the hour in 2 minutes. Guys, please hit the like button. I'm doing my part by keeping you on the right side of things, not wasting any
Shortly
time.
expecting the results from both the US 5-year note auction and the 3-month bill auction. The 5-year when issued yield comes at the top of the hour.
Yeah, not wasting any of your time, always explaining the markets, always giving some kind of a point of view. And most of the time when I have a point of view, I have a trade on. Hope you are able to appreciate this content. Hit the like, subscribe, share, become member. That will be great.
Ten seconds. When issued 5-year yield 4.399% ahead of the auction. So now shortly expecting the results from the auctions. I'll lead with the 5-year high yield.
USA, good afternoon. Thank you for joining. Welcome. Brian, you're done? Have a nice rest of the afternoon, you too.
5-year high yield of 4.408%, 4.408%, with a bid to cover of 2.28, 2.28. So the US, they sold $70 billion in 5-year notes, tailed 0.9 basis points, and they awarded 51.71% of bids at high. Primary dealers took 13.53%, direct 27.22%, and indirect 59.24%. So we also had the 3-month auction with a high rate of 3.815% and a bid to cover of 3.06. For the 3 months, we saw the US sell $92 billion and they awarded 83.44% of bids at high.
Hi Oakley, yeah, good decision. If you have made profit, guys, there's no need to trade afternoon session. Afternoon sessions can be tough, and especially as market comes into the new lows here, there could be a lot of drama. We could start selling off, or we could have a huge double bottom reversal. Yeah, you know. Any longs? No, there is no reason why. Is there a sign of any reversal, bounce? And I told you, right, clearly, until Nvidia hits, there is no long. Nvidia is going for its weekly low. It's dangerous. It can bounce. Anything can happen in the market. It can bounce here, but it will be a guesswork kind of a long. It will be a lucky long. I don't want such lucky longs, lucky trades. There's a bill note auction, yes, at 1 p.m. You have Nvidia at 191. I mean, long term you'll be fine, but right now we are under sell. So things are changing, right? There is some new information today. I'm not sure if you are aware. There is a new company, I think, in the Shanghai Stock Exchange starting trading today. That's one of the reasons why semiconductors are down. So you can see that Nvidia coming right back down. I mean, it's a major area. We had buyers here. But look at overall Nasdaq. Overall Nasdaq is not looking great here. It is still having room on the downside. So, I mean, to be honest, there is some downside. We are seeing some downside in the market. And generally when the index sells, stock sells more harder. So it is down like 6% today, 5%. I don't know, this looks like very dangerous to me. If you have profit, I think you can step aside, take that profit. Once the things start improving, you can jump back into that long again. I would not necessarily, if your entry is here at 191, I would take at least $4. You waited so long. You are in the money from $191 all the way till $200. At least take $4 profit. I would take that $4 here. Let's see today. I would not recommend selling here. There could be a reactionary bounce here on Nvidia from the weekly low. Weekly low is at 194. See if it bounces, you might be able to get 200. It could retrace back to 200 and then sell off again. But it did that already. See that today was the time to take profit here a little bit. It already did little bit of retracement into 200. 200 you can see, right? Did a retracement and it is now selling. It could do like this. It depends on earnings. FOMC Wednesday. There's lot in this week. We have FOMC on Wednesday. We have Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta all reporting this week. It's a heavy week, concentrated for tech, semiconductors selling off based on the news. It's all, anything is possible. A big reversal, a big sell off, everything is on the table. Very binary event, unfortunately. But if you have profit, why you want to let first of all not taking profit from 194 or 191 all the way till 212, and now that 191 it could go all the way to 160 also, or 164, right? It's a binary call here. FOMC is good, we rally back up. FOMC bad, Apple earning bad, we sell off. It is becoming, and they always make it binary. That's where the huge moves happen, right? Because both the parties, long and short, are equally locked in here. You don't need to sell necessarily at this low. I would not book profit here at the absolute low. Let it bounce. But yeah, try to take some profit as the risk is building up in this market. Yeah, there's news on. That's the reason why all the semiconductors are selling. So ASML share slumps on the report. China plans to mass production of their own chip. China begins making homegrown DUV chip making tools. So yeah, these semiconductors are getting impacted because of that news. Yeah, you can use the account while you are waiting for the payout, but if you blow your account, if you lose more money, then they will not be able to approve your payout. Once the payout is approved and money is deducted, that's where I would start trading that account. ES just printed a new low. Somebody had asked me in the morning, how do you see it? ES, I clearly said, right, ES is getting more weaker than Nasdaq. Just now on this move, ES printed a new session low while Nasdaq is yet to print a new session low. Can Nasdaq print a new low? All depends on Mr. Nvidia now. It's the decision maker for the index. Neil CME started single stock futures trading Magnificent 7 today onwards. Are you going to trade this? Yeah, I saw that news. No, I'll take time to understand what kind of volume, what kind of, first of all, are prop firms supporting them? We don't know, right? Are prop firms supporting the stock futures? What is the ticker for Nvidia? That will be a good start. Nvidia coming into our weekly low. It's just a news to me. What is the ticker for stock futures? Okay, let's search it here together. Should not be that difficult. Nvidia, go under the futures. Nvidia USD. Is this the one? XPrep contract. Nvidia F. S Nvidia. Doesn't look right. S Nvidia. Nvidia futures, you're right. S Nvidia. CME. Okay, yeah, this looks like a right product. Obviously, they also have September, December. So September should be the front month contract for them. No data yet. I don't have data yet. How about Nvidia S? So it has not actually started trading, but we'll look into it. This suits us, guys. That's why I told you, right? Our strategy is so multidimensional. It is so suited for stocks, futures, and options. Guys, I have built something which is so futuristic. Not only for stock, this thing works for everything. Options, futures on stocks, futures on indexes, everything. This is the strategy, I was looking for, and it's good. They are starting to do the futures on stock now. Yeah, we should be able to do with our levels. Yeah, but I would appreciate more if there is a lot of volume and a lot of engagement on a daily basis. Yeah, we just saw Claudia. There is no data yet. It has not actually started trading. So it should come soon. Once we see a good volume, I don't know, maybe at least 300k contracts per day or more is a good starting point for me. Something which is less than 300k. I mean, I'm not trading Russell and Dow for that reason. So far, Dow has done 69,000 contracts and Russell has done 105,000 contracts. I don't like them. Nasdaq has done 449, 500,000 contracts so far, and ES is the boss. 1 million contract traded already on ES futures. So if something is above 300k, that I like. We want liquidity. We don't want to be, because my whole conviction in my trading comes from the levels. The levels are very reactive. The levels come into play when there is a volume sitting at that level, which is capable of buying, which is capable of rejecting that level, right? So if there is no volume, overall volume in the market, like 5, 10, 15 contracts sitting at a level, I cannot vouch for that level. That level will reverse, or that level will be a strong magnet to attract the price into it. So you can say, he's giving very complex answers. I mean, trading is complex. Just because the ticker is available, just because CME released it, it doesn't mean that it has me as a customer. I mean, there's a lot, there's a lot at the ground level which must happen for me. Good volume, the level reaction, correlations.
Stocks of crude oil in the US SPR fell by about 3.7 million barrels to 307.7 million barrels last week, the lowest since 1983.
Yeah, but as far as the strategy is concerned, we already have a strategy for it. I don't know, I can even do 0 DTs on the stocks. I see, right, Nvidia has 3 expiration right now. But we'll make some changes, guys. We'll have to get rid of Russell, Dow and gold. If we are going to incorporate Nvidia, Microsoft, AMD, whatever you want, we'll have to vacate something which is not, like gold done 118,000 contract, Russell done 105,000 contract, Dow Jones done 69,000 contract. I'm never going to trade those 3 products. Even though my levels work great for them, I need volume. without volume.
Nvidia extending drop to session low 5.5%.
यहाँ man, we are about to get a 15-minute close below last hourly. We are about to get a 15-minute close below last hourly. I think people will appreciate the exact number. What number we are going below? 950, 900. We have a level at 900. We know it can come into 900. That's why I'm not sizing up yet. This thing can come into 900 easily on this move. $840. Who is Greg? Grog. Okay, he's asking Grog. Yeah, it's overall, yeah, I expect this response. So this is what your group responded. I put your query. Yeah, there can be juice actionable edge in well-defined levels like those of RDGD uses, especially, I don't know if you can see, maybe we'll have to zoom. But yeah, overall, like why this level can work, I can read out. Price, memory and order flow, ranging sessions, trending sessions, live example in his content, demonstrates this in real time, often with catalyst or confluence like expected move or standard deviation. Realistic caveats, no levels work 100%, which is fine. Market evolves, levels weaken after multiple tests. That's what we communicate. If you have used that level once, twice, you come down for a level for a cup of coffee, it's fine, you go back up, works. Come back down for the lunch, yeah, you are using it. Now you are waiting for the dinner, you are looking for the sleepover at that level, you are going to lose that level. Back tested, that we have done for 3 years, it works well for us. Survivorship, selection bias, video highlights win losses happen, his community likely filters for better setups. Execution is everything. Slippage, position, sizing, psychology and the risk management are the key. Overall verdict, there is a legitimate juice if you treat RDGD's level as one high probability tool in a full system, not standalone signals, which is right. I don't provide any signals. You have to see it in the entirety, test them yourself, demo, paper trade them, track your metrics, combine with your own filters. Many day traders profits from similar daily and weekly levels, framework sessions, or because they simplify their decision making in a noisy intraday price action. If you are in his community or following his video, focus on how he marks them. Masters versus experts, day specific, and expect entry reaction rule. Always verify with live price action. Trading involves use of proper risk management. Yeah, go for it. That's why you usually trade 7-8 micros. It is capable of breaking the lows. We are just here because once Nvidia hits our weekly low, there could be a reaction. Just in case, if it reacts, we will have 1 micro. I am ready to take a loss on this trade. There is no ego or it has to work kind of expectation here on this trade. Else I would commit. I will commit with more micros or more fuel on this trade. Especially this behavior is a little bit doubtful because we were coming down heavily into that level on Nvidia. It paused here, then it bounced and it paused. It might flush this level, and more importantly, whole reason we are coming down is because semiconductors are down. They are down big time, 5%, 7%, 7%. If you see semiconductor as a sector whole, it has lot of room on the downside this week. SMH, that is also level we track, and you can see, right, there is this much amount of room on the downside. But will we do it today, right now? All depends, right? What Nvidia does here. Nvidia breaks this low and starts selling off. Yes, the semiconductor low is also coming today itself. That's what happened in the morning. The first shot we took was for Nvidia to come into its weekly expected move midpoint. So first morning shot worked for us here. This is the morning shot we took. Came, break, retest, was rejecting. Second shot begin. Here also, right? Comes, break, retest. I will myself turn around and short this market. But yeah, again, depends, right? That's what I tell. It's coming into area is fine, but you need to see behavior, right? Like here, you as a short trader could get cocky, could get like overconfident. It gives me opportunity to run through your stop losses. Me oversize here, then panics. I have a second thought. My legs gets frozen. I'm not able to cut my long, take a loss. Yeah, you will run through my stop losses. That's why I'm saying, right? Being too biased, being too determined that this has to work, that has to work needs a check. That kind of attitude. Because you have to constantly incorporate the behavior, what you do at that level. What my original analysis be, Nasdaq may not make a new low because Nvidia is coming and achieving something major here on the downside. But yeah, if Nvidia breaks that low, then yes, Nasdaq is making a new low. Until that clarifies, my size will be small. When I get confident, I increase my size. SR Trader, look at that blue icon, guys. SR Trader just updated their membership to become master one more time. The blue icon represents they have been member for more than 2 years. You don't pay money for no reason for 2 years to someone. Must be really good. Our levels on the weekly, daily, and there is no personal discretion involved, like 15 minutes has to close below 1 hour. I rely on the facts. Where are the bets in the market on a weekly basis? Where are the calls and puts sold? That becomes our weekly expected move, upper or lower edge. On the 0 days to expiration, where are the calls and puts sold? On Sunday night, I check it for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because there are 0 DTs on all the products these days. Not only look into the future, look in the past in the order book where big money institution has stepped in and reversed the market. That becomes our master's level. Want to see the master's level? Today's sell-off is brought to you by our master's level. This is the master's level on the ES. This is where exactly sell-off started. You want to see master's level before? They changed little bit because previous master's level was right over here. Today's daily high was right over here. You want to see our experts level? Let me open the experts chart for you. You saw overnight session market rallied, right? Where did the market rally? It rallied exactly to this point. You see here? Exactly, this is our daily high. This was the priced in move on the upside on the daily. This is where we stalled and this is from where we rotated down. That is our experts level. So I like this kind of a data, right? Set in stone. Yeah, this should happen. This, 15 minute close. That is all variable. That is all moving. I need hardcore fact. Hardcore fact. Because I don't like debating with anyone on the internet. Anything can happen. 15 minute, 20 minute, 1 hour, 2 hour, moving average, VWAP. Someone came with the anchored VWAP, hourly VWAP. Yeah, all good. Does it work every day consistently? I know the win probability of my strategy is 68%. It is historically proven. 68% of the time we are going to tag and stay inside one standard deviation. 33% or 32% of the time we are going to trend outside, and we know how the hedging work in those cases. We just got to double our move. I too became a master's member again over the weekend. I could calculate the experts level myself but was missing the master's level. Master's level are our heart. So yeah, here guys, advisor is one of the profitable trader, early profitable trader in our community. Even before he became member, he was profitable. So not that I want to claim or take away anything from his success because of my levels. He was already profitable, but it gives you a little bit of edge, even if you are profitable, even if you are doing well. But yeah, having this kind of a knowledge to the pinpoint, and I'm sure like advisor, since you calculate, but since you became member, you did not calculate your level, right? I would have challenged you. What was your expert level today? As per your calculation, what was your expert level today? Was it perfectly coincided like this? Or on the Nasdaq, look at here. Market Sunday night. This is Friday's close, right? Sunday night market gaps up, exactly goes to the penny to this area. That is the top here. I don't know if you can see it. Let me zoom it in for you. So, that's why I don't debate with anyone in the chat like that, with their strategy. It's okay, it works for you. But do you have a number which was known to you over the weekend? I knew this number. I shared this number with my members over Sunday when the market was closed, that this is our Monday's daily high. You see this Monday high one? It says here, Monday high one, MH1, Monday high one. When the market overnight gapped up, it went exactly to the penny here. I don't know, I can further zoom it in here. Do you see here? It's a $28,000 product we are talking about. We are not talking about a $5 product going to $2.50 and reversing. In a $5 product, you might be able to pinpoint. But for a $28,700 product, to the penny, it tags it, and that becomes your top at night, 8 p.m. From 6 p.m. to 8 p.m, we rally into that area, and that becomes top for a sell-off. And guess what? Zoom it out. Whole London session gone. You hold that level. That is the top. That is your daily high. You can see that second time again to the penny, and then obviously you are using, come here for coffee, come here for lunch, you are spending more time, you might fluctuate around it, but eventually the sell-off happens from that area, goes right back down to the gap fill. This is what I want. This is what I want to work. 68% of the time it should work with the pinpoint accuracy. My experts level are typically within $1 of yours, but for the amount of work it is required to calculate them and getting the master's level on your own, it is better to become member. It is much cheaper, right? $50 entire month, you get all the levels. Yeah, that's why I'm always going to keep masters, guys. I understand some of you are very profitable. You don't need that kind of a hand holding I do in the New Paradigm group, because in New Paradigm group, I not only go back few days in the order book to calculate my master's level, I go back few months. So there's more data set I look at. So I look at the historical data, and obviously I look at the future data in the options market at a weekly and a daily basis, and I recalculate them. That's where advisor mentioning, right, the amount of hard work it requires, because it is not set in stone. Those experts level Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you got it. But Monday again changes, new order, new information comes in the market, the bets get changed. Monday in the books I calculate Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Tuesday in the book I recalculate for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Wednesday in the book I calculate for Thursday, Friday. If there is expansion in the volatility, my levels will reflect that expansion in the volatility. Market rallies back, implied volatility contracts. Thursday in the books, Friday my level will contract. It will show the contraction in the volatility. It is very dynamic, guys. It's not just for fun I draw these images, right? This is how the market, handicaps the risk. Everything in the world is one standard deviation. A teacher, giving marks to their student in the exam, they don't, give A+ grade just like that. 68% of the students will fall in that one standard deviation. There will be exception. 32% will go beyond that one standard deviation. Those are the, those are the students who will get A+ grade here, A+ or A here. Most of them will be B or B+ here in this range. There will be C+. That will be 32% exception. So if someone, that's how they rate A, B and C grades in the, examination. Everything in the world, the probability of, US striking, nuclear weapon on Iran. Yeah, there is probability 2.1% or 0.1%. Higher probability is like, they keep fighting with those missiles and do, back and forth negotiation. They completely, hug each other and go in bed. Yeah, there is possibility. Why not? they can do that, but 0.1 or 2.1% probability. So everything works in the probability, guys. I like probability. I like stats. I like facts. And I do those calculations. Again, those, are not just for the namesake. All these things, I do them. I do them extensively every evening. 3 to 4 hours is spent calculating these numbers, this level. And then you get this kind of a complete picture, how you will trade, exactly what level you will reject. Here, I have knowledge. I have my another level sitting here on the downside. We could flush into that number. That's why I'm not sizing. This will be a proper bottom for me if it happens. I might add one more here. That's why I said, right, 900 can happen. It is my number. I am waiting for that level to happen. But given the fact that NVIDIA is already coming into the low, it could give us a reaction in this area. So yeah, and Nasdaq may temporarily not make a new low. It might hold this low and go back up and come back later. We are not saying that we are done selling. We could go back up and come back later, today, tomorrow, Friday, Wednesday. So yeah, I mean, both probability we should be open. As of now, we have a reason. ES is weak, ES is selling. Yes, here ES. Oh. Look at that. ES is looking very weak, very poor. I don't know. I'm not very hopeful on ES. That's why I'm fine. Temporarily it can bounce, so it is just a scalp. Seeing, assessing, testing the waters. I know, guys, nobody does this kind of a work. That's why, I generally, it's okay. You have some strategy, you use it. But I am not open for any consideration of any other strategies. The reason you change strategies, it doesn't work. You are not able to consistently make profit. You are like, consistently terrorized. The moment you trade, you don't know what is going to happen. You are already, heartbeats and pulses are going up. I don't have any of those issues. So why, change something which is already working so well for me? Gauss bell. What is Gauss bell? Sorry guys, my English is very bad. I don't know what all this. Gauss bell, that's the curve. Okay. Standard deviation curve is also called Gauss bell curve, normal distribution. A symmetric bell-shaped graph defined by its mean and standard deviation, where most data clusters near the center and tapers off equally at the extremes. You're right. Bell curve. Look at that. Meets expectations. See, most of the people or students would be meet expectation. Above expectation will be here, and then there will be excellent performance here, right? That's how teachers, they will rate students, right? It's a natural phenomenon. Below expectation and serious underperformance and requires attention. So yeah guys, this is as I mentioned, right? And it is, think of it, right? It works. Now the futures are going to come in stocks. It is going to work. I mean, I can do this calculation. I'm doing it only a weekly basis on the stocks. I can do it on the daily basis. There are 0 DTs on the Nvidia, Apples and Microsoft also. But I'm one person doing all, so I'll have to think. I'll have to get rid of Russell Dow and gold to do more of futures on stocks. We'll see if it is profitable, if it is more volume, then it makes sense to replace those Russell Dow and gold with these names. Individual stock futures. It is, yeah, today there was no data. It's going to be casino. I mean, ours is always a slow and careful approach. We are not going to jump into stock futures. We might see it from the sidelines for a week to 1 month, see what kind of volume they conduct, what kind of data. I'll start doing that calculations in the background myself, see how it reacts at my levels. Then again, to do it mass production for everyone, obviously there will be some optimization in our current strategy. Get rid of that Russell Dow and gold, do more of stocks, because it is definitely going to help us with Nasdaq and the ES trading also. It needs to be profitable, it needs to work well for everyone. Probabilities. Please hit that like button, guys. Again, you can see, right, any downtime or this off time we have, we still use it for a good conversation, which at least is beneficial for all of us. I at no point waste your time or my time, because time is the only thing you regret. The amount of time you lose in the market getting profitable. Money, I don't think anyone regrets, in at least in this generation now. That was for the baby boomers and millennials initially, right? Too much importance for the money. New generation, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, whatever, money is not a problem. Their parents, their grandparents took care of the money. 2, 5, 10,000 doesn't matter to them, but time really matters. Amount of time you lose developing a strategy, amount of time you lose mastering a strategy, because most of the time they are crap, they don't work, and you always keep going back to the drawing board to build something new. For us, that's why we went very careful. I went very careful. Even though I knew this thing works absolutely well, but we went absolutely slow. I gave those levels to you on January 2024. 1 year we do nothing, just let you use my weekly level. You approved, you tested, you wanted it, we checked should we do it on the daily basis. We launched on January 2025. After 1 year, our experts level, immediately it was a hit. 3 months we used it, and that's where we said, right, we look too much in the future. We are only constantly looking forward. How about looking a little bit backwards in the order book? What happened today in the market? Doesn't it gives us an edge tomorrow, knowing what happened yesterday in the market? So I started looking in the order books for you. That's where we created March 2025 new level. 6 months we used it. Immediately we saw, right, this and this together was a deadly combination. Then we said, right, I am still seeing little bit of miss here and there. These 4 lines we draw is not able to cover the immediate sudden expansion in the volatility. If the range expands suddenly, these 4 lines we put based on the previous 2-3 days of order flow is not enough to cover the entire range for that day. Can we have something more? Then yeah, I can do that. I need to go further back in the order book, not only few days, maybe few weeks, few months, up to 1 year. And that's all you need. Because suddenly in one day you're not going beyond 2 years low. 52-week low can happen in 1 week's time. So yeah, I mean, this is all we need. We got the data, we got range completely covered. This was not sufficient. These 9 levels covered everything, and adapts from Monday to Tuesday to Wednesday to Thursday to Friday. Got it all. There's no further need for us to expand this now. Covers stocks, covers options, and covers futures definitely, which is our bread and butter. Top of the hour. Back in a minute.
Iraq says it won't allow its territory to be used to launch attacks against neighboring nations after drone attacks on Saudi Arabia. It's according to Iraq Prime Minister Media Office. So again, Iraq says it won't allow its territory to be used to launch attacks against neighboring nations after drone attacks on Saudi Arabia.
One more minute for top of the hour. You have already taken profits. I don't know if you notice, I averaged up on that trade. After the trade started to work in our favor, I added 2 more contracts here and already booked them in the profit. This is the last contract. So this pop could also be because of the top of the hour. We could still come down again next hour. Be careful. For us, this trade is already a winner as we already took profit. Hopefully, I'll get one more fill on a last remaining runner.
Stub filled.
Anyway, took our profits. I think overall we made around, I think, $200 across 4 account, $800 on that trade.
AI hunts for cyber flaws, finding record number in tech sector. Google and Microsoft say they found a record number of software bugs. US says known cyber bugs is set to far exceed 205 number.
Yeah, Trump speaks here, right, at 210. I think Pawan mentioned. Yeah, 210 and 250. Yeah, this thing is capable of coming down again, possible. But I'm not interested in short. The Nasdaq so far did not make a new low. That was the reason for going long. Nasdaq may not make a new low. We are sure that this low will be taken out. That was taken
about
out.
minutes, Trump is due to speak at a ceremony. Videos on the economic calendar will be on feed soon.
And this pop was also for top of the hour. That's why I took my profit. Top of the hour is over. Let's see now this new hour, what information it brings to us, what levels it is going to hit, hold, react.
So in 5 minutes' time now at 2:10 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump due to be speaking at a ceremony in Michigan. We do have the live video on the feed for those interested.
So yeah, nothing to react here for me. Going sideways. Choppy, yeah. Until I have new information, new reactions, I don't have any opinion. I am open to both the sides.
A US official says Trump is going to discuss the Russia-Ukraine war with Ukraine's President Zelensky. Coming from a Punchbowl News citing a US official. The US official also says that Trump is going to discuss Iran and the Abraham Accords with Israel's PM Netanyahu. Keep in mind, we did hear last week that Israel's PM Netanyahu was due to visit Washington on Tuesday this week. That's tomorrow.
So nice rejection there. Very strong red candle. Can it translate into full-fledged sell-off? I don't think so. Not yet. Can happen. Anything can happen. But so will you buy along? I don't know. We'll have to wait and watch here. See if it holds. Right now it is still under sell. Let it settle. Let it pause. We didn't hear anything, right, on the Trump speech so far. He's talking in Michigan. Already got 2 contracts out. Third one break even.
Stop filled.
But I can get long again. Not a problem for me. It's going to be tight. Chop. Small range again. Yeah, I don't think we are going anywhere. It's going to chop around here, back and forth action. You might be able to win winners on both long as well as short. Yeah, this is the problem. It will chop you. Anyway, we have winners, and this is just a runners with the trailing stop loss. But we are not able to maximize our profit. That is the problem in this chop. Come on, one more push. Nope. Okay, got lucky there. Push it. Push it higher. Mm.
Stop filled.
Anyway, small profits add up.
Trump says it's amazing what tariffs will do for General Motors. So comments from Trump coming while he's touring the General Motors facility. Seeing NYMEX WTI crude futures settling at $82.61 a barrel, which is down $6.70 or 7.5%. Gasoline August futures settling at around $3.32. Natural gas August futures at around $2.76. Diesel August futures at around $4.11.
So the back and forth action continues. Avinashi, was there a tweet from Trump sometimes on his Truth Social for 100k subscription to receive his tweet faster for Wall Street? Yes, it was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, they announced the True Social, right? Anyone who wants the faster feed of his tweets on True Social, 100k per month. Yes. No, it is a real thing. It is not a joke. It's a real deal. Yeah, Trump is talking right now in Michigan, 2:10 and 2:50 p.m. Eastern. Breaking lower, so we'll take a loss. We'll let stop loss hit. Not going to add more or move our stop loss. Unless it's a fake break, we sit in the same trade. Yeah, we're breaking lower. We'll take a stop. Let the market make a new low, whatever it's trying to do. Maybe there is some news now. What's the news? No news. News is on. What's the crime? What's the news? Tell me the news. Tell me the news. Anyway, we got some profit and break even here on the remaining contracts. Yeah, this is definitely a news, guys. This is definitely Trump comment or tweet. Suddenly we don't explode like this.
Stub filled.
It's just algorithms, no news there. At least financial Jews did not announce any news for us to know the reason. So market still not ready to commit either on the upside or downside. It gets momentum on the downside, reverses, gets a moment on the upside, reverses. Basically it's still chopping. If you're shorting, try to short at the top end of the range. If you're going long like me, try to go at the bottom end of the range. But this kind of behavior generally translates into a sell-off into end of the day. Looks like we have one more flush and a new low coming towards the end of the day now. I mean, anything can happen. If it is a chop, it depends, right? Which way it breaks. Right now it is pointing up, I know, but unable and difficult to trust this up break also. I had decent profit, so I'm not sure whether I want to risk this last 1 hour. Even if I trade, it will be maximum 1 or 2 micros for me now. Please hit the like button, guys. Not a easy session to stay, I don't know, in the right mind. It is killing. I know it is killing many traders, this kind of price action. Look at that ugly sideways chop.
Brent crude futures settle at $88.36 a barrel, which is down $8.42 or 8.7%.
Here's another push or attempt to break higher. You are short, Indy. It's squeezing you. Okay, then good. So they are getting a break higher now. Can this push into 28,280 would be my bet, or somewhere 240, 250, 260, at least about 240 now. No new low. That analysis still holds. Nasdaq did not make a new low. Never broke that low. Cool, indeed. So yeah, this is looking good now. ES midpoint reach. It's squeezing. Shorts are getting squeezed. You can tell definitely when this is creating a lot of fear for the shorts right now. So this is what I was telling, right? You don't get too biased that this has to happen. I mean, it will happen. Overall, it could still come down end of the day, tomorrow, in the after hours. In that moment, anything can happen. You should be open to both the sides. Constantly, you have to be open to thinking like a short and a long. So, and this is the big problem of relying on one dimensional strategy, like 15-minute close below the hourly candle, what I think someone was looking for. But that strategy needs to have the plan B also, right? What if there is no 15-minute close below the hourly? Is there a 15-minute close happening on the hourly on the upside? Because the candle will have both the sides, right? Down and the up, open and the close. So yeah, I mean, for us, we have levels on the both end, right? 187 was our number. By the way, we are at 187. We talked about 187 since the open. Since you're watching me, I have talked about 187. The sell-off was for 187. Break, retest, reject of that level, and third time around we are knocking at that level. Eventually, we might break past it now. So at least you know your stuff, right? We know what, like that 15-minute below hourly candle. But look at a 187. That is our master's level. This is 187, guys. Whole sell-off was brought to you by 187, and this is not something I coined today. This is from last Friday when we were trading late afternoon. Just go and watch our stream. On that flush, we are so willing and desperate to see 187 happen, but we finish right above that level. Sunday night we gap up, and right here on Monday morning we come back for that number. We break past it, retest, reject, retest. Yeah. Knock at that number so many times, you are going to go past it now. But at least we knew this is the key. And here we are not making any new low. This is a bigger, stronger magnet for us. That's our master's level. We never broke Nasdaq low. That's why I started talking about it right over here. I don't think Nasdaq might make a new low. It is chopping, it is confusing, but this is the right number for the day for Nasdaq. Again, it is rejecting that 187. So yeah, multiple attempt. That's a sign that it is ready to break that level. 1, 2, 3. Hopefully, couple of more consolidation candles, and we break past into VWAP now. You think it's bearish? I don't know, man. It's Nvidia left a big anomaly now, right? That the problem here is Nvidia is teasing us, and generally this is not a good thing, guys. You don't miss our numbers like that, right? I showed you on the Nasdaq, right? It missed our 187 number on Friday. What happened, right? It missed that 187. Just we talked about it, right? It came right back down, right? So if you keep missing our number here, we missed our number here. You're missing our number, and you go back up. I don't know, with FOMC, with Apple earning, sells off, it comes straight into that number and it won't stop. It will go past that number now. Just like here on Nasdaq, I just showed you, right? 187 behavior. We went past it. So that is not a good sign that we are starting to reverse. I don't see it as a bearish. This 187 knock, I told you, right? Multiple time you knock at that number, 1, 2, 3, it's going to go past it. $28.35. Yeah, anything about, yeah, it's a good target, 35. 40, lucky lucky number would be 82, or midpoint, I think, right? What's our midpoint? 82. I don't know, guys. We are at midpoint. Yes could still reject midpoint, and I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, be careful, guys. As you can see, right, this is again same like here. This was the area where I went long. This was the area which was creating, topic of discussion whether sell off will happen. Again, this is the area where again it's binary. Possible we can reject, possible we can break higher, because between
Iran's
this to this,
central command says that any attempt at blockade is equivalent to escalated conflict, according to IRNA.
Yeah, I don't think it will be a good idea to short. Another round of squeeze for the shorts. Yeah, Digity taught me patience is key. 7, 4, 5, 3. Yeah, I think your 235 will also happen on the Nasdaq. You hit both the numbers, Indy. 7453 on ES will happen, and hopefully 28 235 on Nasdaq will also happen. The Trump rally is just now starting. The first speaker just now on the podium. Okay. Yeah, we didn't hear any comments so far from the news board. This is long, guys. Don't short. It still has some more room on the upside. Sorry.
And Trump has arrived on the video. Reminder is on the feed for you to watch.
Pawan, overbought range, how to read now? You cannot do anything about it. You just have to be patient here. See what they do. Are they going to continue to push these squeeze shorts into the VWAP? One thing you can definitely do is not be a short, because they are the ones on the hook right now. Their worst nightmare, they could further get squeezed into VWAP. If you are not short, then don't go short. Knowing that it is a possibility, why you want to be a hero? Other thing which is the middle ground is consolidation. It could start consolidating here, and then another 15-20 minutes spent going back and forth. 180, 220, 40 point range. 230 is the high so far. 32. It could come back to 180. Could give you a buying opportunity. Remember, our number is 187. Could be a buy if it tags and bounces off that number. So this is the afternoon trading issue. In the morning, if you get this kind of momentum, it is okay to risk, right? Big size on taking a breakout. In the afternoon, yeah, I mean the setup is same, but we don't know the volume momentum will be there to get that break. So I am going to trail it tight. You cannot take the
Stop
break, and you cannot trail wide, because if the break fail, it is coming all the way back down. Afternoon trading
Trump
sucks.
says that Europe is being taken over by Chinese cars. Trump adds that Mercedes, BMW, and Volkswagen are decimated by Chinese cars.
Yeah, it is going to eventually go up, but we don't know how many more rotations and how much more pain it will give you before that break happens. 1 micro, yes, I can achieve it. Multiple micros at this time after having a profitable day. Okay, let's give it a shot one more time.
Stop filled.
Remember, Nvidia still has that weekly low, which is not yet tagged. This thing can completely come down one more time. That's why every time I go long, I'm trailing very tight. As soon as I'm in the money, I'm bringing stop loss to break even. There's no risk to reward, not good. Momentum still intact, not backing off. On bottom of the hour. Okay.
Just a heads up, Trump's talking about Iran again. Trump claims that Iran is saying, please, please, no blockade. Yemen Foreign Minister designate Afra al-Zuba says that the Houthis want direct flights from Iran to fill gap in military support, personnel, money and weapons. Also adding that security preparations are underway for protection of Yemeni oil exports.
Coming back for 187. NQ without Nvidia. Yeah, that's the good catch, Bilal. NQ was starting to go without Nvidia. Realizing, oh wait, how about Nvidia? We are not taking Nvidia along. Let's go back down. I don't think I'll take a trade here now, guys. But I'll wait for the imbalances for you guys to hear. Nikita, wow, I took a nap after hitting master's level and we are still here. Yeah, that's how the number should be. It should be able to hold the market, it should be able to react, it should be able to give you clear trade, right? Either at least into that area, away from that area, always that as center point in mind. 187 is your number. It has been your number since last week. It's just that we ran out of time on Friday evening to hit that number. We came close. I think low was 215, 30 points shy of that number, came right back down for that number, and today spent multiple times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trades into that area. Pawan, yeah, I think we can come down. That's the thing for, I don't know, if market comes down, this moving average, it is going to dip. And after the hour, let's say we sell off here into this low, this moving average would have followed, and somehow this top will appear that it was tagging the VWAP and VWAP rejected it. And someone who is doing after our analysis in the night or tomorrow morning, yesterday we were trading and we had a straight VWAP rejection, whereas in reality
Give the market and closing balance data.
there was a long gap between VWAP and the price, but later the price sold off, went down, and the moving average caught up, and somehow it appeared like the sell off happened from VWAP.
Ten seconds. Market and closing balance. S&P 500 buy side 633 million, Nasdaq 100 buy side 440 million, Dow 30 buy side 228 million, Mag 7 buy side 224 million. According to Mer News, they say Iraqi sources report the destruction of American drone in Anbar province of western Iraq.
So pretty much flat imbalance. S&P by 600 million, Nasdaq by 444 million, Dow Jones 200 million buy, Magnificent 7 200 million buy. It's a very small imbalance. not a market moving imbalance. ES finishing absolutely flat, down 2 points or 0.02%. Dow and Russell finish green. Nasdaq is slightly in red, 100 points. Yeah, very uneventful. Because if you see overall markets are flat, they were up so much in pre-market, they went to fill the gap and then some on the Nasdaq, and ES briefly turned negative. ES is now back to basically flat right now, and Nasdaq finishing slightly in red. Kicking the can down the road is the term. Until FOMC comes, hang in there. FOMC will decide whether this market pukes or rallies back, or the earnings. We are basically finishing where we left off last Friday. Nikita, thank you so much for your support. Thanks for being member. Thanks for being subscriber and supporting the community every day. Others, we are finishing as discussed around 187. That is our number. Look at that. We are not ready to leave that number alone. Literally, like, it's okay. Like, 187 is the number. It doesn't mean that, you don't do anything apart from 187. I want 187. 187. 187. 187. That's it. 187. Right at that number. 4 p.m. 4 p.m. finish, guys. This is one of those moments, right, where we have mic drop moments. We have mic drop moments all the time here. Finishing right at that 187. Look at that volume, institutional volume, finishing right at 187. Right, guys. See you tomorrow morning 11 a.m. For members 9 a.m. Thank you so much. Please make sure you hit the like button on your way out. Take care and bye-bye.
Nvidia closes 5% lower, the worst day since June 5th. SK Hynix slumps below 4%, IPO price as mega listing sours.